Well, hello. It is Wednesday at 11-ish. There's only a few days left for summer to be over, and I'm going to be sad. I see bot Rick's hit. Let's see if it hits the, there it is. That was pretty quick. And spending the summer writing and working on the game, going back and forth. Also doing some book signings and stuff for the comic book and the novels. Got another couple live events coming up. I think Imagine Museum is. We just did one at the Imagine Museum, but we do another one in August, August 28th, I think. And then there's going to be one at the Yancey Street. I think it's called Yancey Street Comics. It's a Tarpon Springs comic book expo. We're going to be at that as well. The dates, I don't know. Let's see what the dates are. I should post this on the website. That way it's available. Let's see. I will take a look. Yancey Street Comics. So it's going to be September 26th. That is, it's called the Safety Harbor Comic Fest. So I say we, but I will be out there. I don't think Patrick is going to come down for it, but I can extend an olive branch his way to see if he'll be interested. But I will be there regardless. I'm tired. I'm supposed to be doing this work, but I've been lazy and doing other things. But I wouldn't. It's not really fair to say lazy, but when I approach a project, I try to utilize my time in the most efficient way possible. And when I look at something and I go, this may be a waste of my time, I'm less interested in doing it. I'm a little bit apprehensive about doing it. And that is like if I'm doing a thing and then I'm like, I need to redo this thing. It sucks having to go back and redo it. And it's just one of those. And blocking out the level is something that I'm doing for a second time. I've made the levels in an earlier version of this. And I guess while we're waiting, not really waiting for anything, but I guess I can get Epic pulled up and you can kind of see the old level, and I'll show you what we're doing with the new one. That might be good. That's that one. I have to dig for it. Oh, and I might as well get this connected. Get this connected, not disconnected. Okay, so we're here. I was hoping to do the quick search for it via the Epic launcher, but that does not look like it's a thing, so I have to go the long way. And where is this thing hiding? I believe it is hiding in this location. So I was going to get the second monitor, and then I was like, getting that second monitor is going to be a pain in the butt, setting it up on this perch. All right. There's that one. I just had this open the other day. Yeah. Okay. I'm attempting to open it again. I'll have 2 instances of Unreal open. And that'll be great. All right, and so I have game view up. We don't need game capture. And let's do display capture. There we go. All right. So this is an older, this is built in UE4. I've been working on this for a while. Eventually I'll have it done. This is the blocking of the level as it is. This is the old one. This is when I have the health bar up there. So the rough blocking of all the elements and stuff. I like this layout. It's fine. But there are some issues with colliding with the ground and stuff. Like right here, you get snagged a little bit. This isn't bad here. Having to jump up, that's not an issue. This is mostly okay. You can see my single ground check there. And then this kind of builds up over here. Like this is laid out pretty well. There's a little spot where you get stuck here though. I don't really like this. I guess I could adjust it. And there's a little crevice that leads down to the door. So I like this for the most part. But there are issues with the collision in certain spots, kind of getting hooked on stuff. And we'll take a look at why that's happening and kind of what I'm going to do to resolve that. You can see right here, I'm stuck. Like this is not a clean, like if I hold forward enough, I'll go over it. This is a spot where I'm getting stuck. So there are things I can do to fix that. But there are some better ways to lay this out. And you can see the little creature back there. He got stuck as well. Whee. And this thing actually has pretty decent collision on it for what it is. And then up here and then over. This is this one is not good to go through. That's why it's locked. But then there's going to be other stuff behind it. So how a lot of this stuff is working is, so we've got the general layout like this. And this thing, and kind of like that. And this is just mashing a bunch of different rock shapes together. So Unreal's pretty good at handling, especially Unreal 5 is really good at handling a lot of geometry and sort of anything not directly in view of the camera kind of gets called away. It's really good at that. It does a lot of distance culling and anything outside of your view of the camera, that's all called away. So it's really good at that. So you can get away with a lot of this mashing. And when you mash these things together, you can get some more organic shapes. But there are some problems with doing this. And I'll show you that. So if I go to this boulder here that I just selected this, so I'll grab that and pull it out here. That's this piece. And you can see this is actually just an inverse of this one. They've been flipped around. So I made a lot of these like in ZBrush and different unique shapes. And what's really fun about this is you can rotate these. You know, one rock gives you like 7 or 8 different rocks, right? So if I wanted to use it this way, I could also do it this way. You know, I could also do it this way. I could do it this way. So these are all different rock shapes that I can get out of this one rock. So it's really nice to do it this way. But the issue is, if I look at him, and we evaluate the collision on this, here's the collision. So it is a pretty dense collision mesh. You can handle collision a few different ways. You can do a simplified collision, or you can do a complex collision. This is a complex collision. Unreal allows you to do per poly collision, which is fantastic for this kind of shape. But it ultimately will cause problems when you are trying to walk on this thing, because you're going to slip and slide in pockets that you know, you really don't want your character to get stuck in them. So let me go ahead and add on a simplified collision here. So I'll just go ahead and say, I don't know, if I did a box collider, I would have this, but this wouldn't work because then all this here is empty space that I'd be colliding with. So this collision is no good. Let me clear that one. I can try doing a more complex shape. I don't think that one went very well, though. Yeah, I'm not seeing that one pop up. We'll do this one. Nothing out of there. I'll remove it. Let's try one of these. Oh. I'm going to view this in wireframe and see if it's inside the model. Let's wireframe. That's weird. I should be seeing something. There's a capsule. Oh, I think I know one. If I go down, let me do this as projected default. There we go. We'll just clear that. So I could do this. It would give me something like that. Let's get out of wireframe. So this is a little bit better, but it's not great, you know. So ultimately the problem is, because these are irregular shapes, they're difficult to provide collision for. It's a lot easier to provide collision for anything that is convex, where it curves outward, but most game engines and most collision algorithms really dislike concave. So when it bends inward, it does not like that. What you usually have to do is break it up into multiple convex hulls. A hull is just a single shape, so several different convex shapes to kind of build this out. And what you end up with there is different spots where you can kind of get snagged. So you want to try to avoid stuff that your player can get stuck in. So what I'm doing now is, instead of doing this for the physical material to collide with, I am going to do a rough block of the entire scene of all the different levels. You're supposed to, anyway, you're supposed to block out your level and then go in and add in all the detail later. That way you can get proportions, everything correct. I was skipping a step by doing this, but I ran into problems doing it. So I'm going to turn this one off. Let's not save. Oh, I guess we'll take a look at the other maps while we're here. You can kind of look out in the distance. You'll see stuff kind of disappear. I've got some numbers in the way here, but if you look right here, you'll see a rock pop in and out. There it is. It popped in. You see the shadow, and then it's gonna pop out. So I'm entering a zone where it's being unloaded, and so I'm doing level streaming, dynamically loading chunks of the level in and out. That's another reason why you can get away with making big levels with a lot of objects in it, because only in that chunk are these things loaded, and everything else is not really loaded. Just little things you can get away with. So in here, actually I have fly turned on, so I can. There are spots. Of course, you can, ledge climb. But see, I kind of got stuck. Come here, you. And I get bounced. Like there are spots in here, because the shape is irregular, and there are some spots that I can kind of get hooked in. It messes with the collision. Like I can get really bounced off of that. A little bit too high. Just in general, trying to avoid getting a lot of that. Okay, and then this one up here, I fell through because I turned that collision off. I disabled the collision on this object. All right. And then these are all broken into sub-levels. So if I go here, let's take it off lit. So in this area, it's just this piece. This is that little cave area I was just in, right? In this area, it's these pieces that are kind of chunked in. And this piece is its own chunk. Let's see. Let's go down to lower. So in this area, this little backdrop is just so I was able to keep things in line as I was placing them. This little crystal area is a save room. But as I was blocking this out, like these stairs are a bit too high. Like I could do foot adjustment for them, but I'm thinking I'm gonna go the lazy route and make these shorter. More steps, but have them be shorter. That way I'm not being popped up as high. Like, this is pretty smooth, but let me get away from that weird turn. Stepping down is pretty good. As long as I'm not in the middle of that turning animation. And this is pretty good. You know, he's not passing through too bad. Come here. I must have saved that block. It's supposed to exit at this door over here. Oh, I fell through that block again. And it's popped me in there. So I'm being dropped in the wrong location. But yeah, a lot of that is coming down to all these different irregular collision shapes kind of getting in the way of each other and causing some issues. So instead of that, what I'm going to be doing, where are we at, is I'm redoing the whole thing, except I created a bunch of basic shapes that are gonna give me a better collision overall. And then on top of that, I'm gonna go and lay down the blocks. So I have all the blocks here. Where are we at? I gotta make a bunch more blocks though. Let's go with some boulders. So here are all the blocks. So what I'm gonna do with these is I'm gonna bring these in, and the collision on these will be disabled, but they'll kind of fill in the area. So for like this little floor, and I might mash a few together, and then it'll look like he's, you know, walking or whatever on this floor area. And I'll just go ahead and mash a few of these. I can make one big one, you know, it's not that big of a deal. So I still get the same effect of like layering the blocks, but I have a more consistent collision. Next, let me go into this block's collision and remove it. Collision, remove collision, and we will set this to none. I gotta do that for all the blocks, but yeah. All right, so then now if I go through here, I gotta rebuild the lighting. Let me make it unlit. There we go. So now my collision is going to be more consistent. There's no random, you know, things for me to get stuck on. My feet are going through it, but that's just one of those little cleanup things I have to make. But right here, I'm getting snagged because this is this little world piece. So I got to remove this little bit of gobbledygook. Let me go here, and where is the terrain? Landscape. Well, that's weird. all the jitter. He's constantly being readjusted, so it's just jittering. I don't want to delete this landscape. I like it, but it's in the way. So let me grab you. For right now, I'm gonna set this quite a bit away. There we go. I know, not super pretty to look at, but it's going to be much more consistent with the collision. And then I'll fill in all the blocks around it. But what I need to do right now is I need to make some transition blocks that allow me to go at an angle. So I've got Maya open. This is what I was doing before dinner, and then after dinner, I got lazy. So I can get rid of all these. I don't need these little blocks anymore. I'll redo the layout at some point. I kind of like this gray as opposed to this really strong black and white. I'm always doing something other than what I need to be doing. Where is this stuff stored? Static meshes. Roughs. All right. Let me do this through. I want to multiply. Let's make this 0.25. Maybe that's a little bit too dark. Where'd it go? What's really nice in Unreal is you can make things that are adjustable live in the editor. So I can make a vector parameter. Actually, I don't need one of those. I want a scalar. And this will just be a brightness offset. So I'll have a default value, a min of 0, and a max of 1. I'll just have those baked in. And what you can do is create a where are you at? Material instance. What that lets you do it's a shame I can't do this on all of them right away, but I'll just load each one of those up real quick. There we go. And I'll go to Editor. I'll select this. And I go to each one of these. I think this is the drop in. Yeah, there we go. This way, anytime I put one in, it's born with the correct material. Okay. Those are all updated. I can save those. And the advantage of doing that is now I can open the material instance editor. And this is dynamic and live. So I can go into it. You can see all of its stuff right here. Lighting material in advance and some global scalars. And right here I have this value for my brightness. And I can say, hey, I want to adjust that. And I can do that live in editor without having to reopen the material and, you know, all that stuff. I can just do it right here on this slider and hit save. And I can get that. And if I want to push a different color through it, I can. So to push a different color through, if you ever wanted to, you go back to the parent material. This is white, so that's going to be pretty easy. Right now, we're just doing a simple multiply, but if we do a vector parameter for that, I believe it is Shift P. Trying to remember the hotkey for it, but it doesn't matter. And I can do this as color. I guess we'll break this off to another multiply. Actually, this will go here. So the default color here is white, so I'll put that up. but now that's going to be available in the vector parameters list here. And you just drive that value. Open that up. And I can make this whatever color I want. So if you're tired of staring at bright white all day, you can do like a cooler color. You know, it just makes working in the editor a little bit nicer. All right, anyway. So I need this block to be where are you? What's up, Ian? Only a few days left. Are you excited? This one is a half block, so I need half. And then I want that is a double corner. No, yeah, me neither. By the way, if you're working in Unreal and you want to quickly snap an object to the ground, just press the End key and it'll do that. It's pretty handy. Let's flip this guy around. And I'm going to go and check. Oh, collision's not on. Also, Control Shift N will snap it to grid and align it, which is nice. Let me just check that from the right here. Hide this thing. Okay. Oh, I do have those there. Oh, I see. They're not in line. That would be why. I was like, I knew I made those. Make sure that one's in line as well. So what are you up to? Any new games? Have you been working on your game? All right, so I want to make a transition block that goes from here to here. So this is a consistent slope. Or have something that kind of curves, you know. Either create something to fill in the gap here. So I need a half block with the double. Okay. What do I got here? All right, half double. Anybody annoys you? Yeah, animation can be pretty annoying. Motion capture would be nice if it was consistent. Okay. So I'm going to do this for each one of my block types here. I guess. Where's my half? There's my half block. I'll just move these over here. So I need a block that fits this. So I'm going to take... Okay, yeah, you can totally do it that way. Yeah. It's really convenient, though. You can have the video do a playback and you just do pose matching. It works just fine. It's tedious, but it works fine. I need this one. And then we need to match this. Let's go here, and then for this one, I think that would be a match for that. So the downside about working on this machine versus my laptop is the address is different for the textures. So that's tricky. So there's this one. And I can make other variations, you know, where it curves and does whatever. So the way I've been exporting these is keeping the cursor centered, but that is going to be a problem, I think, for this block. What I like to do is actually put it on the back corner of the block. I kept these ones center because I was being lazy, but I don't know. I guess I'll try exporting it center. Let's see, this is going to be, it's going to be my half block. This is going to be what, let's call this one wedge. And we can set that back to 0. I'll export it and see if it gives me any issues. Why is it Maya ASCII? Export selection. Really? That's weird. And then for this one, I do not need animation. Okay. SM block half wedge. Let's pull that into Unreal and see if it's gonna do what I need to do. If I can find the correct button. Wedge, wedge, wedge. Where are you? There you are. Instance. I'm gonna have to fix the UVs on this. Just because it's screwed up right here. Not that it matters. It'll just be weird. All right, collision. Let's get collision shown. So you see the default collision. This wouldn't work. So I had to clear that. And I'm going to attempt to have Unreal generate a collision. That one failed. Let's try this one. That one failed. I'll try it in Z. That one failed. Let's try doing... I don't need that many. But yeah, that's going to fail. So I'm going to have to set this one to use complex, which isn't that big of a deal, but if I hover over, you can see that it says that creates only complex shapes per poly. Use complex shapes for all scene queries and collision tests. Can be used in simulation for static shapes only. So if you're trying to have this apply forces and velocity, it's not going to be that good. But it should work just fine for my needs here. And then I'll grab that wedge, pop that in here, and let me see if I have any issues with that lining up. Lineup is good. I don't like that it's up here, but it's fine. 180, and we'll set this to 0. All right. That was weird. It looked like I got bounced. Let me get rid of this guy, though. There we go, F2. So that's going to be a problem. So I have ledge correction on. So if I get near a ledge too far, it'll try to align me with the nearest ledge. See? It's nice for platforming, but I'll have to adjust it for slopes. Because right now it's finding the nearest ledge and pushing me down. And of course, I'll have to do the foot alignment, because right now he's just kind of like walking through the thing. So that's, oops, pretty clean there. These are not showing up because they're out of zone. I'm going to go ahead and set those to 0. So that's a bit steep. It's too steep for him to walk up. Let's take a look at the collision for that. I wonder if this is the same angle as the one I just made. That would be convenient. Then I would have to fix the EVs. Let's see, I just made these. No. That's a 45, and that's more like a 30, 60, 90. And so let's try... we got... Let's do a half. Let's get a rounded corner. That might be too high a step up on. Granted, I could always change the shape of this. I can, do something like this. But then it messes with alignment. That's another reason why doing the corner's a lot nicer, because it'll scale to the corner. But I didn't do that here because I was being lazy. And if I were to go back and change all of the pivots and then re-export them and re-import them, it would just shift everything aside. What if I had a slightly shorter one of these? Like if that met this here, then you'd have a little bit of a slope before going up. It's too perfect though. What are you? Let's go smaller. Let's go quarter. It's these little guys I have an issue with lining up. They just don't want to line up. I didn't build an in-between. I guess I could. What I could do is Let's do half down to... Let's see what that's like. I have a big gap there. Yeah, I'm gonna hook up on that. Well, I don't want a continuous slope, but I'm gonna have to make this angle less sharp. I could make one double length that curves back to one of these corners. Not so sharp, but you know. Okay. So from here to there. Let's do you. I wonder if that is subtle enough. Let's do 5. I know, technically it's an end gone. I don't even know what the UVs look like on this thing. What do I want to do? Let's try that. It did go here, right? Okay. Alright, let's pull this one in. See, Unreal already subdivided it for me, which is nice. Let's 180 it, and oh, I didn't adjust the collisions for these. I'm just YOLOing it. You go in to this. The default collision probably looked really silly. By the way, you can build simplified collision in Unreal and send it over, but you don't have to, since you can tell it to use the actual geometry. Let's remove this. I'll show you another option here. You can do... oh, I don't see the thing. You can do auto-convex. Tell it how many, objects you want, and then hit apply. And it'll try to bake and build around your shape. The problem that I've noticed with this is it isn't as clean as using the higher precision. You can see it's kind of off the mesh and kind of bent. And you might get some jagged things. You can try ramping up your precision. But it's kind of a mixed bag. It's good for if you don't need to be all that precise. Yeah. So I ramped that up and it gave me a bit smoother on this corner, but it's not, it's not that corner. So the number of hulls, the number of individual, shapes, you can ramp that up. You can make that 8. And adjust your verts and then apply. And the more you do that, the more precise it's going to be. But really, at the end of the day, it really depends on what you need. But I almost never use this. It's simpler to just boop. But if you need to have the physics interaction, then you might have to settle for this. Or build the collision in Maya. And then add it here. Phone is being silly. Why would it be functional? I was trying to look a thing up, but I don't remember the naming prefix for exporting from Maya. It used to be UCX underscore like MFDX or whatever, and the name of the object. But it's fine. This will work, possibly. So going up is fine. The down, it treats it as a fall. Wonder why that is being treated that way. Oh, I just got stuck. That's funny. I wonder if I'm just moving too fast. Because up looks like it's fine. No, I'm bouncing off of something. I can lengthen it. I don't know what I'm hitting. That looks like it should be okay. Let's move these. Alright, so I'm not bouncing on the corners. I think I legit am just hitting the fall state. Right, I'll come back to that at some point. Let's make this other side. How far across do I want it to be? Landscape. Where is the landscape? Let's turn that back on. I'll take these. Now for this gap, I need it to be far enough across that the player can't just run and jump over. I think that's far enough. Might go one more over. just because it's kind of close. Although it might be a good tease. If you're just shy of getting it, you might keep trying. But I'm gonna have a lower shelf here. So I don't want that lower shelf to be easy to grab, so we'll get these. And then move over 1 unit. And yeah, you can make, like, if you don't want to do block by block, you can make a single that is the size that you need. It's a little bit cheaper on resources because it's not as many tiles. But for example, I can take this guy. And assuming the measurements are correct, this is so 1 grid square. This is like a meter. It's like 100 centimeters. So this is 200 centimeters squared. Or, well, from here it's squared. And then, so if you know that, so if it's, so then 2 of that would be twice, right? You do, now you have one that's the length that you need. And you can totally do this without too much distortion, as long as your units are accurate from whatever you exported it from. If your units are accurate, you're going to get where it won't line up. And then you might risk like snagging or something. But it's not going to be pretty. So for example, let me jump out of there. So if you want it to be real pretty, you know, it's going to be stretched. But if that doesn't bother you, it doesn't matter. This is just a collision boundary. And scaling the collision doesn't really hurt anything. So I go back to my right. And this one's a long tunnel, so I don't really know how long this tunnel is, but it's quite a drop. I think 4 of these is probably plenty. That might be extreme. I'll put a bottom on it just so I can see how far it is. Let's set this back down to 1. And this is 1, 2, 3. Oh, I lost my count. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7 and a half. I don't want to do 7.5, but do it. Oops, wrong one. Let's see how far this is. Way. That's not that far. Weird. I don't have flight on, so I have to wall kick. This would be a long wall kick. Oh, really? It's just gonna get stuck in the animation. Jerk. We wonder why I'm not re-engaging on that wall slide. That shouldn't happen. I found an exploit. So something about this wall is not triggering the wall thing. I can't re-engage wall thing. That is weird. I can't re-engage on this wall either. And it puts me in fall. That's a weird quirk. I'll have to check the collision type. There's probably something on the scan that it doesn't like. Yeah, it's putting me in the crouching state. That was really weird. Huh. Okay. I might go down one more level. That's fine. Let's do... Just making sure I'm not grabbing anything else. So this is technically a door. That's going to go here. So I might just leave this open and put the door in there. But the debate is if this is going to be a continuation of this area or if I'm going to be in the next area. But it's fine. I will leave that like this. How goes it, Slaya? Good morning. I guess technically it is morning somewhere. Oh, glad to see that there are people here. Are there people? Oh, there are. Nice. Anybody saying anything? Ah, last name was Ian. And then you. Aha. Glad to see you're here. 10 a.m.? Oh, it's not bad. I think I'll do an angle here. One there. Continue this up. Let's see. So I have, this is a full standard. What do I want from here? Well, time wasn't invented. The concept of time, our measurement of it, that was invented, but the process of particles moving forward on whatever path they're on through space and time, that has kind of always been. You can have whatever scientific or theological debate if you like, but yeah, basically. Kind of like that. I think I'll go out. Same thing over here, I guess. I really want to do something about this slope. I have to think about it. I may have to change the design so this is smoother. So what about beyond? So we're going to jump down to spaces. Don't really know how far I want to go, but I do want this to go quite a bit. Probably about to here. So out about here, there's going to be like a mountain. And over that mountain, there's going to be another path with another canyon like this. How far out that's going to be, I don't know. I think I'll take one of these out here. Let me keep that one. I'll just scale it. Oh, I have snaps on. Let's do 10. Huh. Whatever, I'll just do it manually. So what are you doing out there at 10 a.m.? Just waking up, getting into your day? Yes. Yeah, I'm blocking out the the rough dimensions of the stage with the collision boundaries. And then I'm going to go back through and add in all the detail. I think I want to go one more set down. I think it'll be easier if I use this one. Don't tell anybody, but this is a secret. No, no. My wife might get it. She likes GTA. But she's a completionist, so whatever game she's currently on, she has to do 100% before she can play anything else. Her OCD will not allow her to do it otherwise. Let's see, this is 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. So 2.5 times for that block. This will have a secret breakable wall, but this will be the dead end for it. And then between these, what's my favorite or what is like popular? It really depends on, I think, where you're at, but I don't know what I'm doing with that thing. Pizza's pretty popular. I don't know if I have any one particular favorite thing, but I do like sushi. Sushi's pretty fun. Got into a bit of a sushi kick, and yeah. We were hooked on Varola's pizza for a bit. That's pretty good. This should be. Thanks. Yeah, it's like if you're in the area Verola's Pizza is definitely a thing to check out. It's a little mom and pop joint, but it's like the best. It really is. He got the water uh, filtration set up so it's basically the same minerals and concentrations of stuff. So it's like exactly like New York water. So you get that that New England kind of dough. It's the right blend of crispy and chewy. Yeah. All right, I'm gonna go test out this spot. What part? What part of Asia? Yeah, so this slope registers as off ground, which is a problem. How about this slope over here? So this slope registers as on ground. But this particular slope registers off ground. Let's take a look at why. Let's go into wireframe. Okay, I think these are failing because these have trace complex disabled. They are set to trace simple, and this is a complex collision. I think that's what the issue is here. We have an Indian cuisine place right down the street from us. She's obsessed with it. It's called Gateway to India. They're pretty good. Do you have any special Indian dishes that you enjoy? Or is I guess you probably don't know. So like the Americanized version of different cultural foods is usually pretty like not what it is. So I don't know. No, I haven't been out there. I haven't been out of the country. Um, by the way, I'm hitting this because there's a collision box here. Like an example would be like Chinese food. A lot of stuff that we eat over here as Chinese food isn't really what they eat over there. Fortune cookies, that's an Americanized thing. They don't really do that over there. Whee. I'm not gonna be able to reach it. Well, just about everything is made in China. I don't know if that's a. I think it's true, but where are you? get in here. If I can pause, there we go. Oh, I just moved the camera. That's not gonna do anything. Come here, you. There we go. Oh yeah, I gotta put the slopes in. All right. I think I'll borrow this stuff. Another little secret. Oh, going back to the whole food thing, like Taco Bell. It's not real Mexican food. Parasite food. It's kind of gross, but when we would try to figure out what we want to eat, it used to be, uh, it was like McDonald's or Steak and Shake or Taco Bell or whatever fast food. And we used to always joke, well, do you want to poop now or poop later? Because depending on what you ate, just yeah. Let's grab this bundle. You said you have? Was that something that did did you enjoy them when you had them? I think they call that stuff soul food because it gets you out of your body quicker. Yeah. I think I'm gonna round this one off so it's not perfectly like ledged. Might not go all the way down. I might take this just a smidge. Um, we've been doing sandwiches. You know, sourdough bread and some sandwiches. I usually do ham and salami and some Swiss cheese, mustard. She likes roast beef and or roast beef and turkey and provolone or Munster for the cheese. All right, so this looks like it'll work. Nice. Uh, we have a cabinet full of hot sauces. So if you look for Stupidly Spicy on YouTube, that's my other channel. It might be linked in my list of channels, but I eat stuff that's stupidly hot because it's fun. I haven't really eaten anything in a while though. Like, I think the hottest thing I had was how many sandwiches? I usually do, depends on my mood, between one or two. Sometimes I'll do like one sandwich and some chips, or we'll do a sandwich and a bowl of fruit. Try to mix it up. I think these ones all pop off. I need at least this much space for the secret. But I could pull this one off and I can put a thing here so that you can't see through the hole. Um, I'm going to move this down here in case I want it. We have rice, but we don't make it very often. Whenever we eat like Chinese food or we do Indian food, we'll have rice. Right, rice will come with it. I was craving rice today, actually. I was like, I want some rice. But I didn't get any rice because that just didn't happen. Yeah, I kind of think I want to take this one out. Let's do... kind of want like a rounded block here. Let's do a half round. I think I'll do it this way. Let's get... Let's see how that goes. That catches me off guard every time. Oh, that's so trippy. They're in the wrong location. Hold on. No. I had some Korean barbecue soup. That's the... I think I had one other thing that was Korean, but I can't remember what it was. It was a while ago. There's a Korean grill not too far from us, but I haven't tried it. A buddy of mine used to always like to go out for a Korean though. All right, so I can hook up onto that. That seems to be all right. Might put a like a thing here. A little platform. So if we do kind of like doing it this way. We've got to fix the collision on those doors. Probably raise that check just a little bit. All right, I'm going to put... Maybe it's not too crucial to do that right now, but I should put something behind this. And I'll get a pair of that one. So I'll get these and these. And let's do... they need to be out of the main path, so let's do 40%. I don't want him to hit this, so 40% looks like it's too much. We'll do the 20. Probably gonna get some Z fighting on this. Yeah, a little bit over there. I'm gonna have to tell it to not do this on slopes. That is so trippy. I don't know if you can see it, but maybe it's just an optical illusion. But on the edges of the platform against the sky, I see like a little wisp of blackness, like a little shadow. I think it's an optical illusion caused by the scrolling effect, the parallax. Mm. Oh, it could have been. Yeah. I do have a fog volume in here somewhere. Looks like an airplane. Yeah. Okay. I'm like mentally 5. Hmm. I was just thinking that the hidden spot for this, I could do it as this path right here. Instead of putting like a flat wall here, have the actual path itself be destructible. It'd just be interesting. You just don't see it very often. Where is the... Yeah, I'll just pull it out of the menu. Where are you? Rounded wedge. No, not that thing. Of course, to make this destructible, I have to make this a blueprint, and then whatever, but... I know the path will mostly work. It's going to fail a little bit when I try to go on the downward. But the upward should work. Yeah. Downward, a little bit broken. You know what, though? It does detect, so I think it's the angle. I don't know. Because right here it's not detecting, but it should be detecting. Yeah. This should count. It's weird that it's not. It's all right. Let me get this one. Oh. That one, that one, that one, that one, and that one. We'll set these to 0. I wonder if that will connect with the other block. Let's do a standard half corner. Yeah, that'll connect. What about the full corner rounded? It won't be a smooth connection. There'll be a gap. Okay. And then some distance out here, there's going to be another canyon. I don't know what that's going to look like just yet. Let's turn these off. Oh, nice. They're not added to the selection group. Oh, just the bottom section. This is going to be out here somewhere. Not as deep though. We're going to go up a couple of those. Not to be super linear, but I will. Let's take a chunk of this. Thinking I want this to have a smoother transition. And then through a funny bit of magic, this is gonna, wherever this ends will actually be loop back for this. This will be a section. We'll do some magic looping. I think I'll go up. Well, maybe not. Maybe I'll have this kind of come down. I could have a door here that goes underneath. So let's take this. All right, for the door, how big of a space am I using? I'm using 2 blocks, I think. Yeah, 2 blocks for a door. Take that back just a little. Standard. Let's do. No, I like that being lower here. I feel like I need a couple platforms out here. I don't know if I really want any here. So I've got this weird thing where like my wires are crossed. I'll have like an itch, but no matter what I do, I can't quite get it. Like it's like if it's on, like if the itch is on my pinky, I have to scratch my index finger. I don't know why, but I've had that forever. But I get it a lot on my toes. Like my middle toe is itching, but I can't figure out where the heck it is. It's like I'm trying all the toes because the middle toe just isn't doing anything. But that's the one that's itching. It's weird. And then just to make this different, this one will be here. One of these is missing. But I think I'll do something similar over here. Oh, that is so weird. Some of the grid spaces were missing. It's just how it was rendering. But it was just weird. I want a rounded block. You know what? I'll do a large rounded block. Rounded. I don't want a full round. I want a. That's a full round. Double rounded. Okay. I haven't tested these to see if I can wall hang on them. That angle could be a problem. So I may flip it over. It is a fantastic feature in Unreal, is the duplicate in place. Just alt drag. It's a very nifty feature. Let's see, this one doesn't need to be turned, but this one does. So I'm going to roll that one over. Why does this one say multiple? Is there more than one? No. So I'll roll it this way. And we will flip it. Actually, I do have the smaller ones. Maybe the smaller one would be easier to step up on. Let's do, let me do a quarter. I ran into that problem earlier where this rounds off, but it doesn't give a good connection point. Kind of ends halfway. So kind of like I did with the other one where I made it a longer slope. Maybe I'll do one like this that's rounded to there. But that's okay. I have the other thing I can use. Crap. Getting over here is going to be so tricky. So what I'll do is break the rules and open this up. Same thing here, as I'll open this up. All right, let's go into perspective. Let's jump over to there. Okay, all those are all right. You know, I did that over there, but I really don't need to do that. Instead of doing that, I can just do a pair. Same thing here. I don't know, unless you think it looks better with the full block, but I think it makes more sense I don't know. I mean, I could put this behind it. It doesn't have to be exactly in line with it. I was just do like a single, you know. Like that. Two of those I don't need, but I can do this. Back into perspective. Alright, so this should be about there. Another one of those. Now, I don't like free-floating platforms that have no connection to things. That's always bugged me. Like, I played a bunch of different metroidvanias, and I'm like, what is holding this platform up? So I like having a something physical connecting that platform. It's silly, but I think it adds a little bit of reality to the world. You put like some background music on, you know? What video game? Metroidvania, I think it's bonus points, but what video game has the best music? Like, Personally, I think Castlevania Symphony of the Night has the best music. And then after Castlevania, probably Legacy of Kain. And then after Legacy of Kain, Metroid. Legacy of Kain has that gothic orchestral music. It's just amazing. Whoever their composer was fantastic. Music is always better when it adds to the world. Some games have music that just it doesn't make sense. It's like that does not belong here. It's like when you watch a movie that had music made specifically for that movie, and then you go watch another movie, and then that music is in that movie. You're like, well, that's not that movie. Like Broken Arrow. Broken Arrow had a very specific sound, you know, and then Scream 2 decided to just bogart that. Like that's not yours. I need to build the little mountain piece that goes here. Although at a glance, I may need to lengthen this out to put the mountain here. Yeah. Let's save. I'll do a run through. Like how I drop him into the world and it takes like half a second for it to realize he's there and he falls. Little Wile E. Coyote moment. Whee. So the slopes are good. Can I get to that platform? Yes. That platform I can't get to. Oof. I would like this to be a little bit lower, just so the can grab the ledge a little easier. I think I need to make the wall check here a little wider. So I'm not hitting the ledge as often. Ooh, I just fell. What is... That's bizarre. So if I heavy land on the slope, it pops me up into the air. An unexpected consequence here. I can crouch here. If I try crouching on one of these slopes, I get launched. It doesn't seem like I can grab that. On the other hand, it's an interesting little exploit, you know? You get here and then you just crouch and now you're up there. Yeah, that one's too high. So I have to either bring this one up or bring that one down. So this is at the right height for the high jump. That one's good. This one is not grabbable. Yeah, I don't think I can get high enough. But this is why you block out the level. So I'm going to lower that one by 1 level. So 2 up is good. Oh, you know what, though? I could overhang a little here and then go up. Yeah, that's fine. We'll go down. All right. And then from here. I want to crouch in here and see if I break the game. No. I'll have to experiment on different slopes to see if that's a problem. So from here, running, jumping, that one, this one's too high. Am I at the wrong one? Oh, I was able to grab that. I did not expect to be able to grab that. Good to know. It's not consistent though. And of course, I can't crouch on here to get that super jump. So what happens when you crouch? And I'll kind of give you an example here. So Unreal, you can see my capsule here. When you crouch, your capsule changes height, but it doesn't change height no, I was gonna put an example in here. But it doesn't change height in a convenient way. It changes height from the center. So top and bottom shrink inward toward the middle. And then your character falls back to the ground. But what might happen is because that change is instantaneous and it might be changing inside of the floor and then launching me up. So I'll have to go test for it just to make sure. And also check it against like this slope and some other stuff. Yeah, I can't do it in here. So on ground, I'm good. Flat ground is good, but on slope, it's very, very no. Yeah. You can see how the capsule changes. That change is what's causing that bounce back up. It's okay. I'll fix it later. That was weird. Interesting. He doesn't want to grab the wall here. It should be valid. I got it there. 27 people are watching. Nice. They're watching me fumble around and break stuff. Okay, so here's this. Grab that ledge. He doesn't want to grab that ledge. Something with this wall surface it doesn't like. We Although I did discover an exploit earlier. Since it's not giving me wall cling. So I can cling to the wall once in here. But then if I let go, I can't cling again. But because I'm in the jumping state, I can persistently jump. It doesn't look like it, but I am jumping. And I keep going. But what's really weird is it's not registering up here. See, it says I'm an idle, but I can't be an idle. I'm in the falling state. But it's telling me that I'm an idle. Weird. All right. And yeah, that should be a big gap. But that shouldn't be allowed. I shouldn't be allowed to jump off of this. I know why it's letting me, but that shouldn't be legal. Because that should not count as a wall. But that does have me wondering, not relevant to today, but since that is hitting actually that might be what's causing it. So I have a jump buffer. That way if I jump and I hit the jump button just before I hit the ground, but my timing's off, I'll still jump. I also have coyote jump so that I can walk off the ledge and I have a little bit of time. It's like 1 or 2 frames, but I can coyote jump. But I think the jump buffer is, see how this forward, that little green tick forward, that should not be registering a ground hit unless I'm above the surface. But I think it is registering a ground hit in the wall. I think that's what's happening. And I can test it. Let's grab him. Let's get all the grounded checks. There we go. So I've got the main grounded checks. If any one of these is grounded, then grounded is true. But they should only tick if it's a confirmed hit on the top of the surface, not the side of the surface. So I'm still on top, and you can see these are off. Yeah. That one should not be firing. That should be a failed hit. It's okay. I'll fix it later. Yeah, the right one's checking there. I don't know, it's kind of fun being able to exploit the jump, though. I'm supposed to have to do the wall kick. But I'm actually not entering a wall kick here. Because it's... that jump buffer is overriding. Yeah, if I'm far enough away from the wall, I'll wall kick. Item 5000 on the glitch list. Alright, I'm going to cheat my way back up to the top. I'm liking the layout overall, but I think it's a bit big. By that I mean scale-wise. Like him to his environment. The world just looks really huge compared to him. But I think that'll be all right. All right, let's make this mountain on this side. All right, so... Actually, I don't really know how I want to put this together. I'm just picturing it in my head, sorry. Because the bridge has to attach here. I'll probably say bridge starts these 6. And then mountain here. That's just my marker. Let's see how far over this is. That's too close. So I think the mountain should start here, which means I need to move all this over a bit. And then I'll move these over. So, if you've ever played Castlevania Symphony of the Night, or if you've played, really I've only had the two, if you've played Super Metroid or Castlevania, one of the things that's really fun in the game is when you hit Speed Booster, or if you're the dog and you hit the dog run, or technically it's a wolf, you hit the wolf run, or if you're the bat and you use the skill of bat and you use the bat, sword. Those are always fun to do, but there's not a lot of runoff space. Like you get to run for like maybe 2 seconds, Well, I want to be able to run for a long time. That's why these are long. I also want to be able to, when you do your fly up through like a tunnel, you can fly for a little bit, That's why these are high. They might be a bit excessive, but that's the plan anyway. And really, I don't have to make these even. I could put these wherever I want, but my OCD, I could totally do this. This is allowed. I'm allowed to do this. Totally allowed to do that. That bothers me so much. It being, it bothers me so much. It's allowed. I'm going to tell myself that a few thousand times, and I'll disagree every time. This one should go up a little more. That one's up 5, 4. And again, even with these, like I don't have to go that high. I can go like this. You know, make little stairs. Does that bother anybody? That bothers me a lot. Right? Because if I fill this in with black, you're not gonna know. Right? Once I put the actual things that I'm gonna be walking on here, you wouldn't know. But it bothers me so much. I'm gonna leave that gap and then we'll do this. I'm gonna move this, I think, a little bit farther out. There we go. Let's go take a peek at this thing. It's about the right distance away. Yeah, I'm entering these weird states where I'm not coming out of fall. But maybe this is not narrow enough. Maybe this needs to be a bit more claustrophobic, right? The original was very claustrophobic. This one's got a lot of headroom. Now I can't get out. I've been debating whether or not I'm going to have them have crouch walk or a crouch slide. So this would be fine for either of those, but I don't have it hooked up, so I don't know. Um, if I were to show Nadia this, she would not be able to cope. I don't think I can cope. It bothers me so much. The only way I can deal is if I have a wedge that will work for those. Here's a quarter. Let me get a quarter block. Okay. So the quarter block will save me. But it hurts so much. So I'm going to do this. Oops. Let's go back to 10s. I'm gonna move these down. I have to have some breathing room. There's no way. I think this, well, no, because I do want him to jump up to get into here. So I'll pull this one off. I'll get these two out. Let's get a half. What have I got for the corners? What else do I want? I want the quarter rounded. Actually, that's a single corner. And then with the single wedge would be fine. Let's line this one up. I never built the single wedge though. Let's get this one to be rounded. This is double corner. Okay, so this is a bit longer. This would be continuing that slope. No, I like the variation. Of course, I could do this one here. Now, of course, what's neat about this is I don't have to do, the expected. I can totally do this. This is allowed. I don't really have anything that would fit this, though. I could make something that fit it, but what I need to make is a fully rounded end cap for these things. So sharp angle up is usually better for the actual ledge hang, but the round angle up has been looking better. Of course, I can do this. And then instead of having this, I can just put a square block here. Put a wedge in here. Something, you know. I can make something that curves more. Doesn't really matter. Yeah, I kind of like this thing at the end. Hooking that would bother me. Like if I tried to jump and I hooked that, that would really bug me. Let me get fully round wedge. We'll get that might work here. Let's walk around in it and see. Let's see how that goes. So I can climb up on this, that's fine. Can't really walk up these. I don't mind him having to jump, it's just be nicer. Now, is it just me or is it a little congested? Like, should I be able to see the edge of the blocks? Would that make... Because right now I can't really see the edge of the blocks. Right? It's into my camera. Versus, you know, if I had like a wider view of the camera. Like this. Where is he? He's way over there. Like this, you know. So if my view was like this as I'm playing. Or at least like this, you know. Because having that wider view would give you a better understanding of the type of block you're dealing with, and then you would know if you need to jump it or if you can walk over it. That's why a lot of side scrollers are like flat. The 3D ones, they're hit or miss. Bloodstained Ritual of the Night has the depth to it. Same thing with Metroid Dread and Metroid Returns, the remake. Actually, it's Metroid 2 Samus Returns instead of Return of Samus. Where's the camera? Camera, follow. So what do you think? This distance? A little bit of a snap when the camera realigns there. It doesn't do it when I'm crouching, but it will do it if I have a heavy landing. Like that. For some reason, that really syncs the camera. I'll have to make that smooth. Here, let me deselect the camera so it's just not in my view over here. But yeah, this feels a lot better. It's not as congested. That could definitely be sharper. I think I'll put one of those slopey boys on there. And you have what I want. I'll try it that way versus the other way. I don't like how pokey it is under here. Although I do have one that is... I thought I had... Never mind. Weird. So grabbing that one is trickier than grabbing if it's rounded toward me. So rounded toward me seems to be easier to grab than if it's not rounded toward me. I was expecting that to be the opposite, because this is working just fine. He's a little far away from it, but... Huh. So do I round them all toward me? Could make it to where it's rounded on both sides. Let me go to the blueprint for this thing. I'm probably gonna build a C++ equivalent to this, but all of the logic on the door, I'm gonna build a new door anyway. But all the logic on the door is currently blueprinted. It all technically works. There's no real benefit to me going through the effort to make a C++ equivalent of it because it does exist and it works just fine. Where's environments? There they are. Door. See, it's all blueprinted. The function of the door opening and closing, that's all blueprinted. Blueprinted timelines are very convenient. I don't have to handwrite a spline. It also gets the current location. It passes on. So there's no real reason for me to make it a non-blueprinted version. Although I don't really like this door shape. I do like this. I think this is fine. I just don't like this little peanut shape. But I think I'm going to redo this. Alright, so these need to be overlap. Overlap all dynamic? Yes. Query only, no physics. It is set to block. Player. Why? Why is collision response to overlap all dynamic, not overlap? These should all be overlap. That one's also overlap all dynamic, but this one's also hitting everything. So I'll need to go fix those. Collision. Let's try not to break the collision channels now. Where is Overlap all dynamic. Okay. Oh, that was weird. Why did I end up in the floor? Let's see. Access none trying to... for the door. The door tried to interact with the player on the overlap. And it said, I tried to get the player, but I don't know who that is. So let's go fix that. It's not super important. Target door. Oh, I never set a target door. That is connected to him. Okay. What I'll do is connect the two doors to each other. For fun, I can put this door here. So when I step through this door, I walk out that door. Let's see if I can just connect these guys. Level to load. Well, Lower West has nothing in it, so we won't do that. We are currently in persistent. This door is facing to the right. That is true. Target door. Door 2. I don't think I ever put a contingency in there for doors that are married that are on the same level. Because it's going to try to load the level, but let me do that. All right, when I hit the door, Yeah, it looks like I did handle that. Because if it's the same name, then it just goes to the location. If it's not the same name, then it pulls up the map. So I did handle that. So we are on Dopa Persistent. I think I spelled persistent wrong. This door is awake. And it is currently facing to the right, but I think I'm going to put it down here and face to the left. And we'll do the other door. Let's see if they function. Adjust the lighting. It didn't recognize me. No errors that time. Just no recognition. Let's take a look at... That's the transporter call. Where is the open door call? I broke these. Okay. I'm gonna get new cast to Seldon. I'm casting to the blueprint version of Seldon, but actually I'm gonna do it at the base level. Because the blueprint version is gonna be a child of the base level anyway, so. I'll just make sure that these are of the correct components. And I'm going into, there is target. I wonder why I did it that way. Because I'm casting to, I assume, the player. But the cast is happening after. What's this one? Set to open position. Set to closed position. Those should be fine. Closed door. Alright. Yeah, I don't know why the cast is going after. Anyway, one's going to reverse and the other one's going to play. It opened. I'm way over here. Possibly over there. Oh. Its spawn location is there. That's weird. Its construction script should put its spawn location just outside the other door. Okay, where is your spawn location? It's way over there. Hmm. Hmm. It should be. Um. I'm going to spawn just outside the door here. And then this one. I'll spawn just outside this door. I'm doing this while playing, aren't I? Did that reset? Oh, that is weird. Nice, they are defaulted inside the door. I thought so. So why then when we play, are they in random spots? Let's take a look at the code here. I guess I should say take a look at the spaghetti. Why did I do it that way? So the game starts, it gets the current actor's location, which should be the door, and it adds it to the spawn location. So its default should be, well, I'm just gonna pass this directly in. We won't do any offsetting, we'll just set it right to its middle. It's still over there. This one is still over there. I'm gonna break the node and see what happens. I'm just gonna leave it at its relative position of 0, 0, 0. Okay. As long as I don't spawn inside the door. I mean, I will, but... Yeah, it spawned me at world 0. So open position. Is there anything else affecting the position? Let's go to construction script. Nothing on here. Door opening, door closed, timelines. Spawn location should be open. We have a 3D widget for placing world, which makes sense, but we need to, well, no, it wouldn't matter. And that's why I did it as the actor's location plus whatever offset we give the spawn location. Because if I move that somewhere, it needs to be world position of this relative to that. So that's why I did that, but that does not seem to be happening. Okay. Door, your position is this. So that means you if I set this to 0, that is really weird. So it's treating that as a local offset, but there should be an absolute position. It shouldn't be a local offset. Although moving this physically changed the door location. No, I ended up changing the door's location here. I'm being silly. That was really weird, though. Go back to where you were. That only fires once. That's bugging me. Maybe I'm just too tired to think straight, but this should not be. It shouldn't be an offset. It should be the absolute. I'm not doing any math here. Yeah, when I'm in here, I mean, these values are the same. But it's treating. It's treating the door's position as 0. It's doing it as an offset. Why would it do that? I guess technically the variable itself is a child of it, but it's just weird that it's behaving that way. My brain tells me that it should not be doing that. But hey, I've been wrong before. Like, if it were a physical thing, you know, like this boundary is relative to the parent. That makes sense. Scene components here. This stuff is all relative to the scene component. I'm going to do this on the construction script instead. I want to see a live update. That's even farther out. But why? I wonder if the handle itself, I don't know, that's bizarre. You ever get stuck on something that should be simple? That's not behaving the way I'm expecting it to behave. Alright, so we have instance editable, where the variable is publicly editable. Yes. Show 3D widgets. Yes. But I'm going to say no. Actually, without the 3D widget, we should just have the default location. And I won't even do an offset. I'll just break that. That should straight up be the world location of the door. Which it is. This one, and that one is. Let's attempt this again. And again, it put me at 0. Let's take a look at event graph here. Okay, if the actor is M, then we want to set actor location, which should be him, to the new location. It is set to teleport, there is no sweep involved. I'm grabbing this location from the door. I'm not grabbing this one. Because the door's location no, that should be fair, because this is the target door, and that target door should be there. You know what? For funsies, let's make... We'll duplicate this variable. I'm going to use this one here. This I will capture and put on the construction script. Let's get target door location. We need to make sure it's a valid target, so where's my target door? Is valid. Gotta verify, otherwise it'll have a conniption. But once verified, we can then set the location. I can get the actor location, but I'm going to try to trust the target location. And actually, the target door, this one is 18 and change. This one's position is 18 and change, and that one's 19. Blah, 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 blah. This should not be offset. This one should be 0. And that should be 0. This is what I get for saying it works, you know, like an hour and a half ago. So 19 and change, and that, yes. And that is correct for its own spawn location. And then 18 and change for that one. Yeah. So they do both see each other's locations. Puts me here. I think it's loading the level. And I say that because this data got cleared. Oh, it's hard to do off of keyboard. So all that data up there. I'm basically starting from fresh. So I should not be loading a new level. Level to load. Let's go back into here. So this is checking for an empty. It's not checking for the same. So we'll leave these as empty. Infinite loop detected because I'm spawning inside of the door. But at least it wasn't a 0 spawn position. All right, so now I'll hook that back up. So the issue wasn't the offset. The issue was I was going to the wrong location. I was chasing my tail. I'm going to do this on the construction scripts once again. This will be adding spawn location. All right, so this, oh, I need to expose the handle. Expose on spawn 3D widget. Spawn location is 3D widget. So let's take that off of the need to break this. That's probably doing it a million times over. Weird. I don't see it. That is producing the same problem though. I'm gonna move this to here. Way over there. It is 0. I don't know why it keeps going way over here. I'm just going to put it there. And this one I'm going to put over here. Let's see if they stay there. Although this position is relative. Once again, this looks like it's a relative position to this, because 0 would be here. It bugs me that it's getting a relative location, not the absolute. Anyway, let's see if those move. They moved again. This one is still over there. Whatever. Yeah, that really bugs me. I don't know why it keeps giving it a relative position. But maybe it is meant to. I just don't remember it doing that. Like when I set these up years ago, I don't remember that being a thing. Oh, chasing my tail. I'll worry about another time. It's about 4 o'clock. I think I'm just going to save the progress that I have and call it an evening. I still don't know what to do at this end of here. I think I'll still move this like over here somewhere. And that'll be the rough goal. I don't know what path I want to do. If I'll do one like higher up or something. I don't know. But I'll leave that there for now. Let's go ahead and save it. Thank you for joining me. Watching me fumble. It's been fun. But yeah, I shall see you next time.